All right, friends, how we doing? Couple minutes, well, a couple moments, and we'll get going. All right, friends, we're in there. I think I've done my due diligence for telling people that we're live, and yeah, we can get on with it. So you might notice some changes. This is our character prefab. For one, our character is no longer an oval; it is now round. It also has an arm. That's pretty cool, I think. And a wrench too, for that matter. What happened was, this is placeholder, by the way. Don't assume that this is gonna be what it like anything close to what it looks like at the end. For reference, I'm gonna go ahead and show this off. But our artist friend on the team gave us a concept of the character. That's more like what the main character will look like. So expect an arm like that. This is just me, so I can have something to look at and work with. So, yeah. Our goal for today is to give our character all of its weapons and attacks, which is that is a very ambitious goal, I'll say, but it is our goal nonetheless. I woke up at 4 p.m., so I'm pretty energetic, pretty good to go for a while. Hopefully we can go more than 3 hours. That'll be fine. That'll be good. And yeah, hopefully we can just get all this done. But as you can see, we have another orb over here. Right now, that is tagged as an enemy. The hand, the arm follows the mouse. So the mouse will be how you aim. It's particularly I made it this way for easy aiming with a gun, but I was thinking since I did the arm first before doing any weapons, I thought it might be kind of funny to just make this be the main wrench attack. You don't actually have an attack, you just whack things with the wrench, which I know why that's not working. We're still in the process of making this work properly, but to give a little demonstration of what it's going to look like. You know, it's kind of silly right now, but that's mostly because this is not actually applying any force beyond what the wrench has. So it's very little force, number one. Number two, if we go too fast, because of the physics simulation, it doesn't actually collide. So we're gonna, instead of treating this like normal collision, we're gonna turn this into the wrench into a trigger, because it already has a hitbox, as you can see. Otherwise it wouldn't collide at all. And then we're just, when this goes over the enemy, it's gonna apply a force. Which direction, I don't know. Probably just away from the character, regardless of which direction you hit from. But I'll probably like calculate the direction towards from the center of the enemy towards the center of the player, and then just bounce away. Or if it's like a melee enemy on the ground, then just, you know, opposite the player. But I'm interested to see how this will how this will work when we have it like yeet something when you actually bonk it. I think that's going to be really funny. But I wanted to get that done yesterday. The problem is this. See that? See how slick that is? Turns around. That was a bit of a roadblock. What hell of a roadblock yesterday. I was like, I got overwhelmed yesterday trying to figure that shit out. But turns out the issue was that I made a wrench straight up and down, like you can see right here, and I then I placed it on the hand straight up and then rotated it with the transform to like 45 degrees or whatever, so it looked exactly like this. And then when I went this way, I told it to rotate like 180 degrees and flip and do this crazy shit, and it just didn't want to work. So then I had the bright idea to, instead of drawing it straight up and down and rotate with this transform, just draw it straight up and down, or draw it at 45 degrees and then just rotate 180, which seems to have done the trick. So that's where we're at. We still have the, the wall jump. I'm still bad at it. Still got dash. Yeet. Still make it to the end. We're not going to be a sentient arm on the ground, by the way, so it's fine that that doesn't collide with the ground. It's actually a pretty good thing that that doesn't happen, so we can't block ourselves with our hand. That would be funny. So our current goal, we just gave the enemy a rigid body and a circle collider. The wrench has an edge collider, which is how we have this weird shape for a hitbox. I probably, actually, I tried to give it a capsule collider because it doesn't really need to be this, please, this exact. But I couldn't really figure out an easy way to get like a normal collider to rotate onto this shape. It's like I did a capsule collider and it could only be like horizontal or vertical. And I honestly, like, with how fucked our our rotation thing with the wrench itself was fucked up, I really didn't want to play with rotation at all, so I just made the edge collider. Gave it some vertices and made it fit the wrench. Also, what is... Should kinematic, and kinematic static be like collisions be allowed? No. Probably not. So our reading for now has been edge collider. Also is trigger, so using things as a trigger. Which is what we want the wrench to be, since it's not, we're not actually just going to be using the raw collision information, or like the raw physics, speed and weight and all that of the wrench. We're just going to be applying a force when it overlaps something. So when a trigger overlaps with something, we Unity calls on trigger enter with the collider that it is running into, and the game object this component is attached to. Okay, so I was really concerned actually about how we're gonna know off of the collider or how we're gonna be able to apply the force to the thing we collided with. Like, where will we get a reference to the object? Because I wasn't sure a collider itself would have all of that information. But seeing as how it has the game object built in, and then the game object, we can reference the game object to find references to everything else we need. We'll be good. We'll be good. Calls method name on every model behavior in this game object or any of its children. Is this game object tagged with tag? On trigger enter collider other. If other.gameObject.compare tag player Yeah, okay, this is exactly what we need to do actually. So since on trigger enter is like a unity, like I keep wanting to call it signals because that's what it is in Godot. I'm not certain that's what those are. I'm not certain that's what they call them here. It's private void on trigger enter. Enter or entered? Enter. Slider other if other dot game object with lowercase g because it's a field. Game object or property, whatever the hell. What was it? Compare tag. Wait, tag. I put the enemy. I marked this as an enemy in a layer, not tag. So we actually that's fine then. We'll leave it on layer enemy and we'll just make a new tag. It can have both. Enemy. I actually kind of prefer tags. So next would be rigid body. We need to read a rigid body 2D, excuse me. Property method. The add force function applies a force to X straight through the rigid body's center of mass and so produces only positional movement and no rotation. Add force at position can apply the force at any position in world space and will typically also apply a torque to the object, which will set it rotating. Note that for the purposes of this function, the rigid body is just a coordinate space of infinite size, so there's no reason why the force needs to be applied within the confines of the object's graphic or colliders. That's interesting. I don't think that's necessarily what we want, though. Add relative force. Force is specified as two separate components in the x and y directions. There is no z in 2D physics. The object will be accelerated by the force according to the law. Force equals mass times acceleration. The larger the mass, the greater the force required to accelerate to a given speed. So we could always yeet it like up. Or we could give the force an up and a sideways. And add force is just we gotta keep these tabs managed, dude. They get out of hand too quickly. Option for how to apply force using rigid body 2D add force. Use this ability. Use this to apply a certain type of force to a 2D rigid body. There are two types of forces to apply: force mode and impulse mode. Tell me what impulse mode means. We'll probably use impulse, honestly. So how can we figure out which direction to throw it? So we can find the current position of the object that we collided with. We can, I think we can find the position of the player by looking for the parent. We would need to do parent.parent.position. We could use the arm's position. It'll be relatively close to the center of the character, and it would make sense to, like, since you're using the arm to knock away, to hit the enemy, it would make sense to go the opposite direction of the arm instead of necessarily the center of the player. Actually, okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab my tablet so that I can actually like draw pictures in GIMP without having to use my mouse, because I'm really bad at it. 2 seconds. All right. Turns out I never installed the driver for this. That's fine. It's fine. Then again, GIMP doesn't really like tablets from what I remember. Maybe they made it so that it's possible now. Hey, it'll draw. Okay. So let's just figure this out, shall we? Vector math and all that, which I'm not really good at or fully like familiar with. Ugh. One that's far too small. Okay, so we got, part of the problem is this fucking tablet is covering the entirety of both screens with its limited area. Got character. Okay, X's will be easier. We got character there. We got bad guy here. So let's say this is just at 1-1 when we bonk it. And we'll say this is at like 2-3 or some shit like that. So if we think of 1-1, it's actually like a line like that, and then 2-3 is actually just like a line like this. So if I remember right, subtracting a vector from another vector gives you the line that's actually like between them. I think that's pretty Pretty much how it works. Vector math, let's Google it. Wikipedia is always like really scary when you try and look up math shit, but let's see if that works. V plus W, yeah. Where's V minus W? Shit. Well, we know to get from here to there, we would need to go over 1, up 2. And to go from there to there, since vectors are position and direction, a -1 would be fine. So it would be, to go from there, we go down 1, or left 1, and then over 2. So that's fine. And then we just multiply that by you know what? We'll use a dot, and that's a lot easier. Times a -1. That would give us 1, 2. Would that be what we want? Yeah, that would be what we want. Because if it's down 2, left 1, and we want to go the exact opposite direction, we want to go up 1, up 2, left, right 1. Yeah, that would work. Just fucking negate the whole thing. And since we would want the enemies to be the same size, I guess, as the same height as the player, then if it's on the ground, it would just go on the x-axis. Like, there's no problem with that. Hooray. Math and shit. I'm gonna pretend I know how to do all that. The farther and further I get from college, the more I wish I had taken higher math. Ah well, too late now. Which page were we on for? Is trigger. Trigger doesn't register a collision with an incoming rigid body. Instead, it sends on trigger enter. Yep. Edge collider is trigger on trigger enter. Happens on the fixed update function when 2 objects collide. So this will happen in fixed update, but we don't need to like be calling, or like we don't need to define fixed update. It'll happen regardless. So this is going to be attached to the wrench, which is why it's called wrench attack. So this dot parent. Wait. Another thing I want to look at is normalizing a vector. I feel like it's the thing we need to do, but I've never been clear on what exactly that does. Pretty sure it just gives the vector a magnitude of 1, which, can we define magnitude of a vector? Magnitude of a vector is the length of the vector. The magnitude of the vector A is denoted. Oh, I don't care about notation right now. Do I trust mathinsight.org? We'll give it a try. Magnitude of a vector is the length of the vector. The magnitude of a vector A is denoted as blah 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 blah. See Introduction to Vectors for more. Vector is an object that has both a magnitude and a direction. Geometrically, we can picture a vector as a directed line segment whose length is the magnitude of the vector with an arrow indicating the direction. The direction of the vector is from its tail to its head. Yeah. The length of the vector is the square root of x times x plus y times y. You only need to compare magnitudes of some vectors. You can compare squared magnitudes of them using square magnitude. Computing squared magnitudes is faster. Interesting. Note that this function will change the current vector. If you want to keep the current vector unchanged, use normalized variable. How small is too small to be normalized? Less than 1? Whatever, we'll play with it. That's how we'll figure it out. YEET. So if our wrench enters an enemy, then we need a vector to force New vector to, we'll call it, we'll just do like 50 and 50. And then another vector to arm position equals parent dot transform dot position. I think that works. That fix that? Where'd the music go? Where is game object 2D? Or game object? I may not need the second reference to transform here then. Failed to create device file. What the fuck? Failed to create device file. Raw input, it's an error being generated by Unity's input system, which is based on raw input. Can't do anything to stop it except... unplug the controller that's causing the issue. Ah. It's probably the tablet that I've just had. It's fine. No big deal. Let's just see what happens, because we're not applying a force yet. Yeah. We actually need to put this back on kinematic. Kinematic, oh no, is trigger basically prevents normal collision. It'll let things go through other things, but it'll call this. So when we tell it to apply this knockback force, then we'll be all right. I think we need another one for the enemy position. Other dot transform dot position. What else? Knockback direction equals arm position minus enemy position. Can I do this? Is that valid, or do I need to do like knockback direction dot normalized arm position minus enemy position? It's normalized, but that's not a static method. So we will, okay. It doesn't take an argument. So we do this, then knockback direction dot normalize. So then we other dot apply force. I think it's the transform. No. Where did the collider page go? Game object collider. Game object. I think I already have a page for game object. There it is. This doesn't look like the way I've been doing it before. Whoops. The other dot game object dot get component All right, we'll play their game. We'll do the way they said here. I don't see type of or as keywords very often, so that's why I kind of wanted to shy away from that, but we may as well just use it because that's how we get used to using it. So we'll do rigid body 2D enemy RB equals other dot game object dot get component type of rigid body 2D as rigid body 2D. I think that's right. Get component type of as. Enemy RB dot apply force direction times force, and then transform dot parent vector add force mode impulse. Where the fuck did Unity go? There it is. $31. So ask about this. Add force. My bad, my bad. All right, lads, pray for me. Eat. Damn it! All right. It's not calling it at all. Tag enemy. Tag enemy. Hmm. So what if we instead... We don't necessarily know it's not being called based on that. We just know it's not registering an enemy. Nope, nothing. What if we actually just define fixed update even if it's empty? Trigger doesn't register collision with an incoming rigid body. Instead, it sends on trigger message. On trigger enter. Both game objects must contain a collider component, which they do. One must have a collider.isTrigger enabled, and contain a rigid body. If both game objects have collider.trigger is enabled, no collision happens. Same applies when both game objects do not have a rigid body component. So what if I take the rigid body off of the wrench? I believe I took that off of the wrong thing. Yeet. Please. Trigger, you fuck. They don't have a fixed update defined in this little example here. Yeah, and this is the on trigger enter is in the code of the object that is the trigger, which is what I assumed, and that's why that's where this is. Unless I forgot to attach it to the wrench, which is also possible, but I'm pretty sure I did actually place it in there. Yeah, wrench attack. Kinematic for sure. Unity on trigger enter not called. Working on a project for a while, hit a bump on the road recently. I have an empty object with a rigid body box collider and some code to detect if anything enters its collider. However, even though tons of things are entering, on trigger enter is not being called. Experimented around a bit, found that changing its rigid body component in the inspector while the game is running would make on trigger enter be called. So I tried to replicate this in my code by changing a few variables in my rigid body component every frame, but it still wasn't called. Unity manual collider, scroll to the bottom, look at the two tables. They show you what combinations of collider, trigger, rigid body, as kinematic will collide together. Next, make sure the objects are not on collision layers that are set to ignore each other. Interesting. Just to see. Fuck. All right, let's look at this page that was linked in there. So, collision action matrix. When two objects collide, a number of different script events can occur. Depending on the configurations of the colliding objects' rigid bodies, the charts below give details of which event functions are called based on the components that are attached to the object. Some of the combinations only cause one of the two objects to be affected by the collision, but the general rule is that physics will not be applied to an object that does not have a rigid body component attached. Trigger messages are sent upon collision. Kinematic rigid body trigger collider, which is what we have, and a rigid body collider, which is also what we have. It should be sending, at least according to that table. Alright, the scripting system can detect when collisions occur and initiate actions using the onCollision enter function. However, you can also use the physics engine simply to detect when one collider enters the space of another without creating a collision. A collider configured as a trigger using the isTrigger property does not behave as a solid object and will simply allow other colliders to pass through. When a collider enters its space, a trigger will call the onTriggerEnter function on the trigger object's scripts. That specifies we know we're in the right place there. When collisions occur, the physics engine calls functions with specific names on any scripts attached to the objects involved. You can place any code you like in these functions to respond to the event. For example, you might play a crash sound effect when a car bumps into an obstacle. On the first physics update where the collision is detected, the onCollisionEnter function is called. During updates where contact is maintained, onCollisionStay is called, and finally onCollisionExit indicates the contact has been broken. Trigger colliders call the analogous onTriggerEnter, TriggerStay, or exit functions. Note that for 2D physics, there are equivalent functions with 2D appended on the name onCollision. What? On trigger, enter this message parameter has to be of type collider 2D. Well, that would have been great to know in those fucking documentations. A little note would have been great. By the way, if you're doing 2D, it's really important that you put a 2D in there. You fuck. Ah! What the hell was that? Yeet. Okay, so clearly we have some work to do on that math, but it does work. This is good. This is progress. I was gonna do times -1 and all this, but if we just change those to -50, then that negates it just fine. Yeet. Well. Okay, so let's make the enemy bouncy just to see. Create physics material no, not 3D. Physics material. (2D) physics material. I don't see enemy. I'd actually rather put this on the rigid body. I don't know if that makes any difference, but we'll see. Yeet. Hell yeah, dude. Yeet. I like that. Let's give it some mass, shall we? Some thickness. We should really do that in here. And because I changed it, yeah, there we go. We're not gonna mess with it. Yeet. Get away! Get away! Please! Yeet. So when we're above it and we bonk it, it does put some force towards the ground, so it bounces just a little bit. And the more close we are to, the more closely directly above it that we are, the more force goes down, so the higher it bounces. That's so funny. I love this. I never thought just, you know, tapping something into a wall would give me such joy, but yeet. Get back over there. Get over it. Go on, get back in your fucking spot. We don't need sprite flipper. So we increased the mass by 10 times, so we can double this, and it shouldn't be too bad, right? Couldn't possibly. Yeet. Get back here. Wait. It's gone. It's gone. We're gonna need to do some fancy footwork with this camera, by the way. Some fanciness to make it not so static, I guess. I kind of don't want the character to be in the same spot on the camera the entire time, but I'm not certain if I'm gonna want to do like a screen as the level, and you enter and exit the screen, and the camera like goes dark and then flashes over to the next section, or like even just pans. That'll be a conversation I have with the level designer. At this point, I'm just happy to be bonking this thing. Yeet. Yeet. Get over there. Now I may want to, because if we do that too much, then it could get, you know, a little wonky. But maybe that's fine. I was thinking of adding a cooldown to how often it can do damage, which we could do by making a counter in the wrench attack script, and then incrementing it in fixed update, same way we did dash. We could do like once per second. Or maybe even just a flag. You have to exit the enemy before you're able to hit it again, so you have to actually bonk it. So you can't just do that like this. That is no bueno. That's not what we want, because that's 1 billion damage right there. And eventually it might, okay. I've been worried it would go through the thing, but since we're applying force on the physics update, then I don't think it'll ever actually go through the object, which is good. That's thanks to our understanding we gained from when we were like clipping through shit a little bit a couple days on like day 2. Our understanding of fixed update versus update and the issues it can cause has really paid off there. Honestly, I could do this all day. Maybe it's silly, maybe it's dumb, but I'm proud. Yeah, I think when we come back, I'll do on trigger exit, and just do a flag. Flip a flag when we exit, and then that'll require bonking, proper bonking to ensue for damage. All right, but we'll have to do that after a break. So appreciate y'all hanging out. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you haven't already, make sure you dab on that like. If you haven't already, make sure you also yeet that subscribe button, turn notifications on, and you know, maybe while I'm gone, check out some of my other videos. Yeet. All right, my friends, we're back. We're in it. We're doing the thing. So, as I said, up next is more music, and then we do on trigger exit, and we change the flag to actually, or we set a flag, and we make it so you can only hit the enemy once per time you enter the trigger. And that would be, let's do, yes, that one. Music set. We are good. Bull. Attack available. True. Does on trigger exit have a argument? We'll put that in my other window just because. Indeed it does. But we won't be worrying about that too much. We just need to put it in there for, you know, definition's sake. On trigger enter to the collider to the other. Not enter. Exit. Attack available equals true. Please. Excuse me. True. I should probably tell it to, you know. Probably use the value that we took all that effort to put in. Yeet. Notice how we're still inside of it and it's not bonking. Must bonk. Must bonk properly. Yeet. Which it may be a bit of a hassle if you're this close, but then again, it's pretty easy to move your hands, so you know. But if they get that close, then you're not going to be able to hit them, so you have to keep your distance a little bit, and I'm okay with that. Yeet. I'm so satisfied with how this is working. I'm very happy. I'm very pleased. After all, this is an indie game, so we can afford to put a little bit of weird combat action in there. You know what I mean? We don't gotta do that same Metroidvania classic typical shit. It's fine. All right. So next then would be the gun. So we need a button to change weapons. Because basically what I'm thinking of doing is having all three in the same spot here. And then just like, whoop, disable, enable, whenever the proper one is selected. Now just for shits and giggles, let's restart the simulation without the wrench and see if we can actually just go bonk this. Yeah, it's definitely not present at all. Nice. That's what we wanted. Yeet. Thus. What is this? What is this property? Hippity hoppity, what the fuck is that property? Edge collider, I'm done fucking with edge collider right now. Collider, I'm mad at collider and the fact that I got it mixed up with collider 2D. The local active state of this object. Set using GameObject.setActive. Note that a game object may be inactive because the parent is not active. Even if this returns true, the state will then be used once all parents are active. I don't intend to make the arm inactive or the character inactive. Thus, we should be fine. Set active would be the property to change. So first things first. This has been bothering me for a while. Jump. Jump. No, it's vertical. No. Vertical. No. We don't want down. Or S. We don't care about negative for vertical. We don't want dash, we want select weapon 1. That would be 1. Select weapon 2. Will be 2. And believe it or not, select weapon 3 will in fact be 3. We're not going to worry about that like fully just yet, but it's going to be good to have those. We'll just go ahead and make a big one and then crop it down when we're done. Transparency. We'll draw this with a mouse, so don't judge me. We'll go. Do we want to give it an angle on the front? A backwards angle, like a futuristic gun? No, great. How about that? Yeah. You know, let's actually go all the way back to right there. Over to here. A little longer on the handle. A little thicker on the handle, I guess. We're doing this like a slanted gun. The entire lower half is fucking slanted a little bit. And then of course we need the slide. I think that looks pretty slick for a 30-second drawing. How about you? I'm proud. I mean, we could give it a little ejector. There we go. Anatomically correct pistol. We could maybe get rid of the hammer, but that's fine. Leave it in there for some style points. Image, crop the content. Yes, please. 316 by 188. That's probably pretty big. We may scale that down. We'll just put it in pictures. Bug gun. Placeholder. Yeet. Look at that. That's so fucking snazzy. I'm proud, dude. Hell yeah. Now is this, what is this? That is a sprite. Look at that. It's a little large. Go ahead and remove it. Delete. Image scale, we'll go down by like 20%. 62. Fuck it. Math and shit. It's fine. Old boy doesn't need to actually pull the trigger. This should be a child of arm. He's got a gun. Look out. Dude, this, I'm not gonna lie, the more I look at this, the more proud I feel of it. Like, that's a gun right there. And we threw that together in like 30 seconds, like legitimately 30 seconds. Thing is, we can't do anything with it, but I'm proud either way. Now we just need to basically make it, attach a script to this that is going to fire a bullet out of it, and that bullet should probably be a child. Actually, no. So here, the reason it should not be a child of gun or even arm is that when we move the arm, or basically the transform of a child changes as, or stays the same relative to the transform of its parent. So we don't even want it to be a child of the character. We want it to just exist in the scene. So we'll probably need to do it in, can we attach a script up here? Or like, maybe we just make a, I don't know what we do. This is really bothering me though, not gonna lie. Five, 0. Let's go with 0 then. Much better. So how do we do that? Probably just instantiate. What do we set parent? I'm gonna have to read what other people did for that then. I'm certain I'm overthinking it. You feeling lucky, punk? We should be, because this gun doesn't work. Okay. Colliders, Unity. Make a gun spawn. Bullet. Okay. First thing, let's read about the instantiate method. Which belongs to the rigid body class. What the fuck? I thought it did. No, it's just object. Cool. Clones the object original and returns a clone. The function makes a copy of an object in a similar way to the duplicate command in the editor. If you're cloning a game object, you can specify its position and rotation. These default to the original game object's position and rotation. Otherwise, if you're cloning a component, game object it is attached to is also cloned, again with an optional position and rotation. When you clone a game object or component, all child objects and components are also cloned with their properties set like those of the original object. By default, the parent of the new object is null. It is not a sibling of the original. However, you can still set the parent using the overloaded methods. If a parent is specified, no position and rotation are specified. The original object's position and rotation are used for the cloned object's local position and rotation, or its world position and rotation if the instantiate and world space parameter is true. If the position and rotation are specified, they are used as the object's position and rotation in world space. The active status of a game object at the time of cloning is maintained, so if the original is inactive, the clone is created in an inactive state too. Additionally, for the object and all child objects in the hierarchy, each of their monobehaviors and components will have their awake and on enable methods called only if they are active in the hierarchy at the time of this method call. These methods do not create a prefab connection to the new instantiated object. Creating objects with a prefab connection can be achieved using instantiate prefab. I don't know what they mean by connection, prefab connection. If a scene handle is not given, the prefab is instantiated in the active scene. So, what the fuck? So this motherfucker here is using instantiate with bullet, which is a rigid body. But where does he know, like where? He mentions that he's using a prefab. Rigid body bullet needs to be public game object bullet, and you need to instantiate it as game object instead of as rigid body. So we can't just do we can't just give like a name of an object here. We need an actual reference to the object if we're going to do it this way. If we do instantiate prefab, asset component, or game object. So they didn't update this. Asset component or game object should be where target, or the other way around. But how do you have a reference to your prefab? Prefab utility instantiate prefab. Oh, that's just this. Okay. I didn't read the... I wanted to see this class. Utility class for any prefab related operations. The script creates a new creates a new menu item. Examples: create prefab in the main menu. Use it to create prefabs from the selected game objects. It will be placed in the root assets folder. I guess my question is, where do I get a reference to the prefab? So I guess what I could do is I could make a bullet, put it inside of the gun, like here, right at the edge. Make a new instance of it on fire. Play the animation and tell it to go, you know? That may be what I end up doing, because this example is ass. This looks like it's something that you do in the editor itself. Instantiating prefabs at runtime. Hey, a tutorial! Prefabs come in very handy when you want to instantiate complicated game objects or collections of objects at runtime. Compared with creating game objects from scratch using code, instantiating prefabs using code has many advantages. Because you can instantiate a prefab using one line of code, creating equivalent game objects from scratch requires many more lines of code. Set up, test, and modify the prefab quickly, easily using the scene view, hierarchy, and inspector. Change which prefab is instantiated without changing the code. You can make a simple rocket into a supercharged rocket without any code changes. You can download a Unity project containing all the examples on this page here. With that, to instantiate a prefab at runtime, your code needs a reference to that prefab, which was my question the whole time. You can make this reference by creating a public variable in your code to hold the prefab reference. Prefab reference, the public variable in your code, appears as an assignable field in the inspector. You can then assign the actual prefab you want to use in the inspector. Really? The script example below has a single public variable, my prefab, that is referenced to a prefab. Creates an instance of that prefab in the start method. Bro, that's so fucking weird. Pardonnez-moi language, but I think Godot had a slight handful of things like this that you would put them into the do one thing in code and do one thing in the editor, and then you don't have to reference it in code anymore, and it just does what you tell it to do in the editor, and there's no like exposure in code, so it's really kind of hard to follow. But I mean, if this is all we have to do, then I guess that's not so bad. So fire gun is gonna be well, we'll do gun. We have wrench attack, so we'll do gun attack as its own code. A script, excuse me. Public bullet prefab. What is the type? Game object. And there it is. Interesting, I did a lower camel case, and it does proper spacing and capitalization. That's kind of funny. How big is this? There's a measure tool in here somewhere. I always forget what it's under. Oh. 19 pixels, we'll do 18 pixels tall. We'll clip the width when we're done. Probably shouldn't be that wide. Why are we going in tenths of a pixel? I don't like that. Five. I don't know if I don't think I want straight lines for the bullets, do I? Well, we can leave that to the artist. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I seem to have fucked up. Maybe this is why we have artists. That's better. It doesn't have to be big. It's a bullet after all. We'll make it like brass color, shall we? Probably a little more yellow. Seems good to me. Image crop to content, please. Thank you. And now, it would be a really good idea to save all these, but I don't really want to keep the project files. Bullet placeholder. Excuse me. I don't know what that little arrow means, or what the... Maybe it's for multiple versions. I don't know. Alright, so we're just gonna go into the scene. Is there a create pre... Yeah. Bullet. We'll do lowercase. No, all our other prefabs are uppercase. The issue in that Stack Overflow question we were reading was that his origin for the bullet was not 0. I mean, I guess we can use a separate empty game object as a root. Nah, I don't really want to. Can't delete it. Okay, this is a little annoying. Because what we can do here is we can just put that there and then rename bullet Drag it on in. Now we have that where it's actually the root. I think. Yeah. The sprite itself is the root, and that seems backwards. That we have to do it like that. Music ended. Give me 2 seconds. So then, that brings us back to character. Drag that right on in there. To instantiate a prefab at runtime? Yeah, we got the reference. That will instantiate it as 000. You can drag a different prefab into the my prefab field in the inspector to change which prefab is instantiated without having to change the script. Because this first example is very simple, it may not seem to provide any advantage over just placing a prefab into the scene yourself. That doesn't track. It's very clear the advantage of being able to do that in code. So yeah, we're gonna have to put like a collider and shit on this bullet as well. What is quaternion object identity? I mean, I really need to learn more about quaternions. They annoy the piss out of me. Every time I see that word, I just like get annoyed. And what the fuck? Oh, there it is. No rotation. Object is perfectly aligned with the world or parent axes. Good to know. So will this, if we do 000, would that be in world space? Or in the space of the object that instantiates it? There's only one real way to figure that out. You just call it, okay, cool, it's static, nice. It's right there. Yeah, so it is 0, 0 in world space. Right above the edge of that. Right there. Right above the edge of this platform is 0, 0, 0 world space. So, we'll basically need to do some creative math to find where the fuck the front of the gun is. And probably the angle of the gun as well, to actually fire it that way instead of straight right. So we've got a bit of work ahead of us. I miss the wrench. I think once we have the logic for firing this bullet, though, particularly in regards to finding the angle, we'll have an easy time with the flamethrower. Hey, hey, stop. Thank you. So what's the strat then? I think there's a function in transform local to world matrix, that kind of shit. Matrix that transforms a point from local space into world space. 4x4 matrix. Transform point instead. Thank you. I'm not familiar with matrices. This is a godsend. Yeet. Thank God. Note that the return position is affected by a scale. Well, it's my goal to not use scale anywhere. Transforms direction from local space to world space. Operation is not affected by scale or position of the transform. The return vector has the same length as direction. Transforms position from local space to world space. So effectively what we need is vector 3 gun position equals it would actually be on the gun equals transform dot transform point transform dot position. Is there another argument? But I believe transform on a 2D object is a transform position on a 2D object, I think, is a vector 2. Nope. Vector 3, nice. No error. God bless America. Yeet. That's unfortunate. Why? Basically, our goal is to get this to spawn in the right spot, and then to put that in as like a click or on click. Now, it would make sense if the bullet was maybe like just a little above our gun, because we're slightly above here and gravity tells us to fall. But I'm not sure why it's spitting out a point way the fuck over here. Alright, yeah, I don't want to use the matrix. Fuck it. If their documentation says you really probably shouldn't use these, then we're probably not going to use that. Wait, world space? What the fuck? Am I dumb? Whoops. Turns out Control D will duplicate the line. I am, in fact, pretty fucking dumb. Yeah, that is dead-ass center. Or, like, slightly below dead-ass center because, you know, we fell. Or slightly above dead-ass center. I never knew that position is world space already. Okay. Well, now we know, and I'll probably hopefully I'll never forget that. Damn, that is useful. So our next step is to do that when we click, but I need to go ahead and take a break, so we're gonna do that when we come back. So appreciate you hanging out. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you haven't already, make sure you dab on that like Yeet that subscribe button, turn notifications on. I will be back in a couple minutes. Yeet. All right, friends, we're back. We're doing the thing. It's time. Good morning. So, our next step, spawning bullet on click. Just trying to remember what the button is, what the code is for the thing. Get button down. Call that an update. This is for movement, which is very it's very important that we do that in fixed update. But I believe we can go ahead and instantiate in update. So I think this probably still should be an if statement. Go ahead and do that. Don't know why I did that whole line, don't worry about it. Now the next question is, well, we'll start with that. Not vertical, but fire one, which should be left control, mouse 0. I'll keep that one. I want to know what these are. Mouse buttons are 0, 1, 2. Now it doesn't tell me which one 0 is and which one 1 is. I'm assuming 0 is left click. So that's fine. We'll find out. Yep. Yeet. So that's good. There's a couple issues. Notice they stay there. If we do that and then we click a billion times, that's really bad because we're gonna run out of memory. So we're gonna need to give them A, tell them to move, and B, tell them to kill themselves. Well, no, not that. Tell them to destroy themselves when they move outside of the camera, probably. But our first step, or our next step, we won't worry about that yet. Our next step is to set them A at the proper position and B at the proper rotation as well. So can I see, like, whoops. I want to know what this coordinate is. Like, what's a good way to figure that out? We kind of just want it like just above that line. This is kind of a silly way to do it. 3945. Okay. Math. Quick math. 3.945. 1.031. 2.801. 0.463. Turns out I don't know how to do math. Calculator, please. And 1.031. For some reason, I couldn't get my head to do this one. The other one wasn't so bad, but this one. A banger, dude. Gun barrel. Pause. We actually do need to do this in update because the gun barrel position could change. Well, will be changing. Gun barrel position plus. I don't think this will actually work this way. I mean, we'll try it, but I don't think this will work. I'm 99% certain this will not work. May as well do it and see what happens, though. It works when we're pointing sideways, but the more rotated we are, it's like the more off it is. You know what we could do? We could put an object in the gun barrel right here where we want. Like a bullet, let's say. Put it right there and then spawn it on the bullet's position. Although I kind of don't want it to show. But I want it on the same Z position. So I think transform is where we can get child. Should be a 0. And that returns a transform. Transform dot get child 0 dot position. Look at that. Literally perfect. Oh, and this is actually showing in front of the platforms, which is what I was worried about happening. Sounds good to me. Yeet. I feel pretty clever for that one, not gonna lie. Now, next step though is rotation. The worst fucking part. Instantiating projectiles and explosions. Hey. Just use the same. Okay. Fuck it. Transform. We're gonna do the same get child. Because we're spawning on the bullet spawn spot. Look at that. Beautiful. Now to make them the next worst part, making them move that direction. This is actually kind of cool, not gonna lie. Knowing that it's gonna hit all of them. Although, one thing I forgot to do was a sprite flipper. I forgot to apply that to the gun. Which we need tag weapon on the gun. I believe this also needs to be tagged weapon as well. I guess bullet spawn as well. As we can see, this causes some issues. We might need a different flipping script for these we might need a different script for the the gun. The one thing I'm going to be interested to know is whether or not the wrench will spawn in the proper spot. Like if we equip the wrench while we're facing this way, will it be fucked up? We'll have to be careful of that. The thing is, sprite flipper worked properly for the gun. Why was, like, what was wrong with this for the bullet? Part of the issue is probably this, since bullet is since bullet spawn is a child of gun. It was checking the mouse position against the gun. Hooray for unforeseen issues. I might just write another flip script for the bullet. But for now, because this works properly. I think we actually just need to change the guns, or the bullet's X coordinate. Negative 0.463, 0.463, so it would make sense. Well, actually, yeah, that's the Y changing. When we go here, if we were to rotate past here, then the gun would be pointing, it would be upside down. What's weird is the bullet is moving. And I guess that's not weird because it's changing the Y of the parent rather than just flipping. The flip is the The flip is on the X, which would explain why we can see it now, and then why it's still relative to the, still in the same spot relative to the gun, relative to the original Y of the gun. That's why it followed on the Y, and it's off on the X. So we do need to just negate X. Yo, what's up, Beast? How you doing? We're currently working to make an active, we're currently trying to make a perfectly working gun. And we have it able to spawn bullets in the same spot if we're okay with the gun and the hand being upside down. But I'm not okay with the gun and the hand being upside down. Not bad, dude. This looks crazy. Yeah, nah, it's all good. It's not too bad. The craziness is the rotation, really. Other than that, it's just one little bit built on top of one little bit accumulated, you know? But the basically once we get this working, because basically that little triangle under the hammer of the gun is meant to be hidden because we're spawning these bullets that you see stopped in space, using that as that hidden one as an anchor. So we need to make sure when we change the position of the gun, we change the position of the anchor as well. Never seen a game being made? Only made word type games yourself? Hell yeah. I'm glad to share a little bit. We'll be doing this pretty much all month, so this is our little enemy. I'll show you just because I'm proud of it and I want you to see. I'll show you. We made a wrench already, and I'm very happy with this wrench because I didn't want to make an attack like every other attack ever, like you just click and hit a button. So we have this wrench. Yeet. Wait. Yeet. Yeet. Just bonk shit, you know? Which, it's not going very far because it calculates the force based on, like, opposite direction of me, and since we're both on the ground, it's just straight back. But we jump, it bounces off the ground a little bit. And I'm very pleased. So this is how our character is gonna melee attack when it's all said and done. Seen the updates on your Discord, but I've been too busy to come in lately. Hey, no worries, my dude. Glad to hear you're seeing them though. The problem is if we go too fast, it's just not gonna register the collision just because issues. That's not really something I can do too terribly much about. But this is, you know, it's a shitty indie game, so that's kind of expected. I just love how dumb this looks. That's my favorite shit, honestly. But anyway, the characters aren't going to be little balls with hands, so this is all just placeholder. But we've given, like I said in the, I think I pointed this out in a couple updates. We got wall jump, we got double jump, we got a dash, all that stuff. Haha! That was close. It's better that it's a working hitbox rather than you being able to stand 500 feet from it and still hitting it. True. One thing I feel like I went into too much detail on, but I'm kind of proud of, is the fact that the hitbox on the wrench is actually like pretty much exactly the same as the wrench. Close enough to where, you know, it's the wrench. It's not just like a rectangle around it, which we could have done, but it's more fun this way. Though, like I said, this isn't anything close to what the final is going to look like. So we're doing that wrench, this gun, and then flamethrower afterwards. That's pretty much goals for tonight. Though I may end up going a little further than that because I woke up at 4 p.m. and I have been awake for barely 8 hours, not even 8 hours yet. So, also I meant to have this done by yesterday, so we're already kind of behind. So next will be enemies and like health and stuff like that. Killable enemies, dieable character, all that fun shit. It's actually insane. Have you seen what people put out as phone games now? It's legit just random colors flashing on the screen for kids to be like, ooh, ah. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm glad you like it. Right, I'm working with, I don't remember if I said this. If you knew this, I apologize, but I'm working with a story writer / level designer and an artist. And then I'm doing coding and like general, you know, game engine stuff. And my artist came back with this concept for the character. So basically, we're just working with his shoulder right now. Eventually, it'll be a full-bodied character. Our goal was to make him look like a walking latex glove, and that's pretty good, I think. That's a pretty good approximation. Just remember, you are your worst critic, and I've not heard anything about this at all. Ah, gotcha. It's we're doing what's called a game jam, which is doing a game in a certain, like, forcing yourself to make an entire game in a one set amount of time. And right now GitHub, which is a very popular tool for programmers, is doing what they call the GitHub Game Off 2021. They do it every year in the month of November. Make a game in the month of November. So the theme that they gave us, because you have to make it within a theme, they gave us the theme of bug. So we're making a game about a spaceship that's been infested with bugs, and you have to go basically clean the infestation. And there's like an AI that guides you around and gives snarky remarks, and there's going to be all sorts of shit. Kind of Metroidvania type shit. Are these people you know or get put with to get with randoms to get the game done? No, this is my sister and her husband. There's like a forum where you can find a random team, but I had been talking to these two about it because my sister's a professional graphics designer, and my brother-in-law is a prolific D&D or well, tabletop RPG DM. So he's got all the story writing and level building experience and like challenge. He's good at like giving challenges to players. So if I have him doing like planning enemy encounters and puzzles and shit, then I think he's gonna be doing pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I keep doing the same shit over and over again because I'm just tickled that it's working as well as it is. What an eventful family meetup that would cause, right? Yeah, none of them have any game design, like actual game design experience, so I'm kind of trying to guide a little bit and like give the technical information they need to get the exact work done. But so it's a bit of a learning experience for all of us. A, because I don't know Unity and I've never led a team in game design, and B, because they've never done games before. So we'll see how it turns out. Regardless of the final product, it should be a fun time. But as I said, our issue right now is keeping the anchor, the hidden bullet anchor, hidden in the proper spot when we change the gun's position. And that means we're actually, I have an idea of how to solve it. Because like I said, what happens is, okay, we'll just show. If we don't do anything, gun attacked. Wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, it does have spray flipper. I don't know why I didn't see that. So that's the script that I wrote that actually makes it move. You're going to be able to make the projectile shoot out from the gun. Also, as long as you learn something from it, then that's great. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's once we get this fixed, the making the projectiles move is the next step. So right now, as you can see, the thing is still there, and the gun is now upside down, but it still fires in the right spot. So that technically works, but it's kind of stupid to have a gun upside down. And if you see it, if you look at the bottom of the hand, it's kind of curved and the top is pretty straight. You can see the hand flips over properly because we've had that from when we put the wrench in. So right here, the bullet anchor is underneath the hand because that's where we're spawning bullets. So when we put the sprite flipping script back onto the gun, you can see the bullet is in a completely different spot. And what's actually weird, come to think of it, is I would actually expect it to be underneath the barrel of the gun, not underneath, not like above and behind. Like, I would expect it to be right under my mouse, not there. So what I'm thinking is putting in another script, call it bullet flipper or something like that, and putting it on the bullet itself so that it'll just turn itself around and then change its position back to the other side of the gun. But now I need to figure out why the fuck it's not in the right spot. Because right now, yeah, this doesn't have a script on it at all. So whatever is going on in that, whatever's going on to change the anchor's position is going on because of what's happening to the gun. Let's just read the code, shall we? So we're flipping it over the x-axis. We knew that. We're negating the y, which we knew. That's putting it in the that's putting the gun in the proper spot. Is it the rotate? Yeah, it is. So basically what's going on is when the gun, whoops, that's a problem. When the gun is like, fuck, please. When the gun's like this, we're flipping it over the x-axis. So that means it's like this now. And then we rotate it 180 degrees. That's an 8. We'll just go with it. 180 degrees this way. So now it's like this. So the bullet doesn't get affected by the X. So the bullet's down here. That looks too phallic for me to draw on stream. The bullet's over here. We'll pretend that's under the gun. It does not get affected by the flip X. So that means it's still here. And then when we rotate it 180 degrees, it's now here. So if we make another script, better yet, we can use the same script, I think. Because we're gonna have to flip, are we gonna have to flip that on X? No, but it doesn't really matter if we do. Because flipping X would flip it vertically, but it's symmetrical. This is the bullet. If we flip that so the top is on the bottom, it's gonna be exactly the same. So that doesn't fucking matter. So I think we just negate the X coordinate for the bullet. And then flip Y. Because if we're flipping X means we're flipping over that. And then flipping Y would mean we go from that to this. Which it would be inside the center of it. Like that, not actually over the line. Make another function, flip bullet. New vector 3. Local position. Dot X. We said negate X, right? Yeah. Local position .y transform .local position .z. And we don't need to rotate. Actually, I think we do. So the thing is, it doesn't make a difference visually. However, the bullet that we spawn when we click, it's the direction that it's pointing is based on the rotation of the anchor, this bullet that we're messing with right now. So if we flip, if we just do flip X equals true, then That doesn't actually change the rotation, it just basically changes it visually. So yeah, that's bad. So that would, but we have to rotate around Z axis for reasons. 180 F space dot self. Pretty sure that's right. Sorry if this is dumb to ask, but why are you flipping X? No, it's not dumb. No dumb questions, my dude. We're flipping X up here because basically we just we're flipping X because when we go over here without flipping X, the hand would be upside down, or everything would be upside down. So by flipping over the X axis, it just puts it so that when we rotate it around the other way, the top stays on top. And if we didn't flip X, or the reason that the gun was upside down was because we didn't flip X. When I took that code off, that script off. And the reason we have to change the position of the gun is because if we just do the flip X, it stays in the same position, so the gun would still be, like, the barrel would be pointing out from the center of the hand, like here, and the handle would be sticking out down at the bottom. Yeah, when you hit a point in the rotation in the arm, you flip the hand, right? So if you look at the little curved end at the bottom of the hand, when we go there and the gun moves, you can see the curved end is now on the bottom still. And that's because if you look right here, where it says flip, turns out that's not the right thing. What the hell is getting flipped here? It's not the character, is it? Arm controller. No, this is sprite flipper, so I don't know what. Oh, no, I know why. We were just looking at the wrong thing. So we have the arm image where it says flip X right there. You can see that's the moment that it applies the flip right there. I don't know, my dude, this is way too advanced for you. I believe in you. You got this. In all honesty, it's a little too advanced for me. I feel like I'm in over my head right now. I was not feeling this before I got live. And honestly, that's just because I really hate this engine. But it's popular, so knowing it would be a valuable skill to have. That's the long and short of it. And basically, like, all of this shit right here, that's just shit we've learned by like, this is very specific to the engine that I've learned by spending hours fucking scrolling through these shits and these fucking tables and examples and fucking shit like that. Shit fucking piss and shit, you know? It's been a process. We have to change since we're now flipping more, we now have more than one thing to flip separately. Flip and flip. Bullet flip. We ran into an issue where it was flipping the things about 60 times per second, because this function right here just gets called every frame. So every time the computer shows a frame, it does everything in this, which is all of the flip logic. So we have to set up some like true false, some Boolean variables is what they're called. They can only be true or false, some ones and zeros, you know. And basically, if everything is as it should be, it won't do anything. But if it needs changing, then these, we call them flags. If things change, we flip the flag. So if mouse position is farther to the right than the character, then make sure it's facing right, or do the stuff to make everything face the right direction, and then do the opposite. It's facing it too far to the left. I learned about those in high school. Yeah, right. I forget how much you know about, like, because I know there's a couple people that watch me who have some knowledge of this kind of thing. So yeah, basically we just fucking flip the bool when shit's wrong. Weapon flip complete. Bullet flip complete equals true. Weapon flip complete. Bullet flip complete equals false. So we also need to give the bullet spawn point the tag bullet. Actually, we should really make that spawn. Better yet. Descriptive names are important. I really should have looked for a fucking refactor tool. That would have made my life easier. I can't even search by flip complete because we have that in a bunch of spots. It's fine. We're doing else if because if basically if we do two separate ifs, when this executes for the weapon, it'll do all this and then it'll get out and then it'll go to that next if statement and then it'll have to check the tag again, which is not a hard process, but it's a wasted process because we already know. Call this short circuit evaluation kind of, or it's a short circuit evaluation kind of thing. Not exactly, but it's similar. If not, bullet flip complete. Flip bullet. You don't need to return out of voids, I don't think, but we're gonna do it anyways. And I've been really bad about scope and like privacy and shit like that. Not gonna lie, I've been bad about it. Really, really bad about it, but it's fine. Well, only one way to find out if it works, and that's to just fucking do it, but I'm scared. Now here's a weird thing that I didn't notice. Repeating yourself is a really bad thing. There's a programming concept called dry. So don't repeat yourself. Do not repeat yourself. And here we are repeating ourselves. And you know why? Because once we flip X, if and else ifs are hard, they can be. The more nested you get, the more confusing it is to unwrap. Yeah, since we're negating every time, and we're rotating halfway across, you know, the rotation is only going to be in two different spots on like, it's only going to be at two different angles basically, because we're going halfway around. So it doesn't matter exactly which. There's no difference whether we're going one way or another. So where there is a difference is whether or not we're flipping X, or which direction we're flipping X to. And I really should probably be commenting this. Part of the problem is this this programming style. When we have really short scripts like this, it makes everything basically double spaced, and it's kind of hard to read. Which is why I hate this style, but it's kind of more accepted than the style I prefer. So I'm trying to get used to it. I believe this should be fine. I did miss a flip complete. Fuck. Line 19. The first one. Well, second. Technically speaking. There we go. Fuck. Oh wait. We forgot a. Woo! We forgot a very key part. Applying the script to the bullet anchor. Alright, how about now? Fuck. There's kind of, since we did, there's like a little, kind of a little wiggle room where the gun can exist pointing the wrong way, like at the very top. But I'm kind of okay with that. It's not that big of a deal. So what's the problem? Wait a minute. The code is correct. Hold up. The change is correct. It's not perfect though, and I know the problem. And this was why I was thinking of doing a separate script. I just forgot. See how it disappears when we cross? This right here is the center of the gun. The gun's X value. Because the handle kind of sticks back a little past where the hammer ends. So what's wrong is this. If mouse position dot X this is checking against parent. Which the parent of the bullet spawn is the gun. And that's the reason that I made, because I didn't want to run into issues with parenting, I did not make the weapons children of the actual arm itself. This arm right here, this is just an empty object that to mark a location. This is the actual arm itself that you see. It has the sprite information and everything. So if I'm gonna have to write, I might just have to write a separate bullet flipper script separately. So, and there's gonna be one difference, and that difference is that's it. We'll have to do that right there too, but fuck. Now I could just do another if statement. I might just do another if statement. I don't want to do a whole nother script because it's gonna be the same shit. Oh, this is a pain in the ass. Please. Top row, you're so difficult. Does not equal bullet spawn. Now I don't need these extra parentheses that I'm putting in right now, but one of my teachers in college was not adamant, but she always advocated for more parentheses than you need, just so that you personally, as the one reading the code, can know for sure which comparisons or which operators are being resolved first, basically. Because technically, in pretty much in every language ever, comparison has a higher higher precedence than whatever the name of these fucking operators are. My longest code that I had to do in school was 20 lines, but the most I've coded for po item list was 500. Was pissed after a month of trying it and finding I forgot a comma. Dude, that's the worst. Yeah, when you're trying to code in a fucking an environment that doesn't have good error checking, it's a nightmare for sure. I've lost hours to fucking. Most of the time, I'm using like pretty mainstream coding environment programs. So usually they'll tell me about the semicolons and shit, but there have been so many times where I've had like the wrong caret, you know? I use less than instead of greater than. And that shit is that's a logic error, so it's not markable as a syntax error, so they can't tell you. It was when we all used Word for po filters. Dear goodness. That sounds disgusting. I think my longest is 2,000, 3,000, somewhere around there. I think it was Box of Rocks, had about 3,000. Maybe, yeah. Well, yeah, I think it was around 3,000 between the game itself and the level generator. Now this is when you mess up and the program says, yo, that's on you, not me, it sucks. That's right, it does. It does. Okay, no. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Fuck that. Fuck this particular iteration of what we're trying to do. This ain't it, dog. It's nesting. What the fuck happened? Whatever. Tag, this dot tag. Because I was gonna do 2 more else ifs. And if it was like, if it was bullet spawn and then parent, but now that's fucked up. So if the tag is not bullet spawn, and then we do that properly, and we can take bullet flip out because we're never gonna do that. Do I have to despawn for the bullet? Don't forget it so you don't kill yourself. Yeah, I don't yet, but that is I am aware of that. And I was thinking of doing that before we make the bullet move. Actually, no, I was thinking of doing it after we make the bullet move because I wanted it to be when the camera is, or when it's out of the camera. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Thank you, though. I might make it disappear when it collides with a wall, or it travels like an absurd amount of distance. Else. We're literally just gonna copy this, which I know, don't repeat yourself. Technically, we're not really repeating ourselves. Kinda not really. What the fuck happened here? Did I fuck something up here? I don't think I did. I think we're alright. We have one more parenthesis, one more paren than we need. bullet flip, facing dur, facing dur. Yeah. It's good to know that our actual, like, bullet flipping code was proper. So the bullet ended up in the proper position when it worked right. It's just that the conditions for flipping it was incorrect. Look at that, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I feel good. I can't wait to shoot this thing, not gonna lie. I'm very excited. Not gonna lie, every time we get a thing to work, I just get even more pleased with myself, you know? I didn't think I could get more smug than I am. But it seems it was possible after all. So, next step then. Actually, it might be. I don't remember when I last took a break. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back we'll do the bullet movement and the despawning, and then after we do that is when we'll we'll make the actual collision and shit, which will probably require another script on the bullet. That's fine. We'll get there. Multiple scripts is acceptable. But appreciate you hanging out. I hope you're enjoying. If you are and you haven't already, make sure you dab on that like, yeet that subscribe if you haven't already, and dab on that notification, turn notifications on as well, and I will be right back. Yeet. All right, my friends. We have returned. Time to actually make these bullets behave like bullets. Just for fun, to make sure nothing broke while I was gone. Now this is something I was thinking about. A little bit of a dead space on the bottom. A little bit of overlap where you're facing two different directions. Aiming straight when you're close to aiming straight up. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with not being able to shoot directly straight down. It's not such a big deal. A lot of games have that. So. What's the play? This is the actual bullet that gets fired. Not the anchor. This is definitely going to need its own script. So the question is, how do we make it move in the proper direction? Because we can't just say set velocity x to 250 or whatever. Because that would just not fucking work. First things first, we need a rigid body. Basically, make it visible to the physics engine. We're gonna make it kinematic. And I think I'm gonna make this a trigger as well. This one I could really just use a box. I could. But then again, edge colliders are kind of fun. Now let's keep it simple. Use a box. Come to think of it. I don't want this to actually be a I don't want this to be an instance of that. Let's go ahead and make a new spray. That's actually the image itself. 1.079, 0.519. 1.079, 0.519 was it? One. Got a sprite renderer. Gonna delete and we're gonna put the code sprite flipper back on that. Change the name. Bullet spawn. Bullet spawn. All right, that works. The reason we don't want the reason we did that is because what we made that as is a quote-unquote prefab, which is like an instance of whatever we do in here. So we had turned our placeholder thing into like a physics object, and that's not what we wanted. So gun attack was what we were working on. Does instantiate return anything? Returns the instantiated clone. That's not exactly what we're using though. This is actually exactly what we're doing. A launcher game object instantiates a projectile prefab when the player presses the fire button. The prefab contains a mesh, rigid body, and a collider so it can fly through the air and detect when a collision occurs. Projectile collides with something and instantiates an explosion prefab. The explosion prefab contains a particle system effect and a script that applies a force to surrounding game objects. In the same way as the block prefab above, you can instantiate the projectile in just one line of code, no matter how complex the projectile prefab is. After instantiating the prefab, you can also modify any properties of the instantiated game object. For example, you can set the velocity of the projectile's rigid body, as well as being easier to use. You can modify the prefab later on without touching the code, so if your projectile is a rocket, later on you could add a particle system to it to make it leave a cloud trail. After you do this, all your instantiated rockets would have particle trails. Yeah, so we need to basically save the returned reference of instantiate, and then set the velocity on that. Transform.forward. Do I have a transform? A dot forward. Is that the answer to all of my fears? I believe it might. Rigid body 2D. Bullet. Bullet dot. Yeah, dot velocity. Speed. Gun barrel pause, we don't need that. Yeah, so we just need a float here. Float. Bullet speed equals, we'll say 50. Just because. Why not? Pray for me, boys. I'm not confident in this one. Fuck! Every time. So it returns a game object. I feel better about that one. What does transform actually have? No, I know why it doesn't have that. It's because rigid body has that. But we need a reference to bullet RB. We need a reference to that, which is bullet dot get component. We had it open. That. Type of rigid body 2D. As rigid body 2D. This one might work. Could. It could. It has potential. Fuck. Ah. We keep making this rather silly mistake. Wait. That's not right. We do have it applied. This is very impressive to watch. Glad to hear. All it is just trial and error, basically. Somehow we stumble forward as time goes on. All right, so it's not that we set the number too small, is it? Nope. That would definitely not have even shown up if that was the issue. 50,000 would be very, very fast. Oh, you know why? I think I know why. This is not how we want it to work, but we'll make it dynamic. YEET! It's actually not going anywhere. So it's still not right. The reason they're falling is because kinematic doesn't... It's not... I forget. I had one page open that had the definition of kinematic very succinctly, and it was really good. Kinematic definition. The branch of mechanics concerned with the motion of objects without reference to the forces which cause the motion. Yeah, so basically it lets them move without being, like, subject to physics. Rigid body is kinematic. If is kinematic is enabled, forces, collisions, or joints will not affect the rigid body. It will be under full control of animation or script control by changing transformed opposition. Oh. So that gives me an idea. Forces, collisions, or joints will not affect the rigid body anymore. Which, the thing is, we didn't even properly apply the force. That's what's kind of confusing me right now. Like this is not applying, whether we're putting it kinematic or not. Which means we may need to just read more of this. Part of the problem is I want to read the fucking definition of instantiate, but I don't remember what class that belongs to. I think it's game object. Well, yeah. Because if we look Is there a game object 2D? Okay, that could be my issue. We're done with input manager. We're not worried about that right now. Excuse me. So sorry. Not object, but game object. The weird shit is that instantiate isn't even listed in here. Let's just see if this is even running right. Zero, zero. This needs to go back to kinematic. Yeah. Okay, so here's my other idea. Fuck this. Fuck that shit. We don't need it. What we do is we make another script. Unity, please. Still works. We're good. We're good. Didn't break nothing by doing that. Make another script. We'll call it bullet controller, which we would have had to make this anyways. Unity, are you right now just barely telling me something on that code that I saved like 10 minutes ago? Fuck. Gun attack bullet controller. So we need vector 3. Do we? I don't think we do. So basically, instead of applying force to move the bullet, we're just gonna tell the bullet to move every frame, basically. Which may be better for us to do in fixed update, actually. What to think of it? Because Unity has two things that are called every frame. Two functions. Update is called once per frame that your graphics card renders. So shit can happen different, like at different speeds, based on how good your computer is. Specifically, and the kinds of problems that, or kinds of things that can cause is notable in Resident Evil 2 in particular, the remake. There's a kind of an exploit that people would do, speedrunners, where the knife calculates damage every frame that the knife is inside of the enemy. So people, speedrunners will, when they get to a boss, they'll turn their graphics all the way up, or all the way down, to let their computer get as many frames as possible, and then they'll just go run up and knife the dude, and it actually makes a noticeable difference. And I would say that's probably because they calculated damage in an update function instead of something like this, which is fixed update is basically a quote-unquote physics frame is what they call it. So the physics engine runs at this rate, and it's fixed at 50 frames per second no matter what. So anytime you want to move something, it's better to do it in fixed update, because if you tell something to move in update, there may be up to like 4 to, who knows how many frames your graphics card is going to generate before the next physics frame. So if you say you're getting 200 frames per second on this really shitty game, and you tell this to move forward 5 frames or 5 pixels per second, and it's right next to a 1 pixel wall, or it's like 10 pixels away from a 1 pixel wall, then physics frame 1 ends, or physics frame 0 ends, 4 normal frames pass, the bullet moves 20 pixels, and then the next physics frame starts, and then it calculates where the fuck the bullet ended up, and then it's on the other side of the wall. Like, if the shit goes through shit if you try and move it in update. So if we want to do all movement in fixed update, which is what we're going to do here. We're just going to be changing the position every physics frame basically, and like I said, it's 50 per second, so it looks pretty smooth either way. But I completely lost track of what I had to do first. I believe we're pretty much going to do exactly what they say down here. Which at the start we'll need a reference. Will we? But that leads us to this problem. Because this is we set the difference being, the difference here is, here we set the velocity 1 time, and it goes that direction at that speed. Whereas here we need to basically tell it the spot to go to. Which we need to find out what exactly transform.forward looks like. Is it, normalized? Yeah, okay. Since it's normalized, we're probably good. So we'll do float bullet speed. I'll do 50 again. And then when we say transform like this, it understands that we're talking about the transform of the object that we have the code attached to, the script attached to as a component. So it knows. Transform position. Position plus transform dot forward times bullet speed. I think that's right. So it should do that. Maybe 50 is a little high. We'll start with 10. Gun attack, we removed the movement code there. I'm not certain about this one. I feel good. Well, that's new and exciting at least. They still exist. It just disappeared. Its Z is moving. Oh. Well, that's awkward. Part of the problem is this is a tutorial for 3D, so this probably would work pretty well in 3D. But if transform.forward is like just straight towards Z, in 2D, that's a problem. Presenting the blue axis of the transform. Okay, so I think it's just a math error. Maybe this isn't the right way. Transform forward moves the game object in the blue arrow's axis. How many pages, how many copies of Rigid Body 2D do I have open? Transform forward. Okay, so that's clearly not gonna work. So that's actually moving on the blue axis, which why is this fucked? Something got fucked. The thing is, I don't know what it is. I mean, everything's still showing the same way it should. So what I thought that would do was basically give me a ratio of like that to that. So that way we could add to the position the speed multiplied by that ratio. So that way we would move in the proper direction. And that's not what we got, clearly. Okay. We may do the... Okay. Player controller, I think it is. No. ARM controller. We don't have it open right now. So this is basically how we rotate the arm right here. I couldn't tell you what the fuck a Euler angle is, honestly. Or what this math is. I looked up a tutorial and I just followed what they said. But could this help us? This feels like it would be so much easier if I could just set the velocity when we spawn the bullet. I might try that a little more. For now, we'll comment this out. Comment that out. Don't worry about it. So we'll troubleshoot. We'll try and troubleshoot this a little harder. So the question was, why is this not? It's not moving at all. Velocity 0, 0. Why? We know it's not because kinematic. Where's my rigid body 2D page? Is there like a name we can write to make sure we're getting the right thing? You know, if we don't want it to fall, fuck, we're not opening Poe right now. We don't necessarily need to go straight to kinematic. Dynamic and then gravity 0. No gravity, no problem. Perfect. Still 0, 0 on the velocity though. Why? Turning off trigger doesn't do nothing. I feel like there's a very simple issue here, and I don't see it. Let's make another bullet, shall we? Or another tag. Oops. I hate that I can't edit that. So instead of printing velocity, well, we can print velocity, but we can also print bullet rb.tag, just to make sure we're actually referencing something. Undefined. There's our problem. We don't have a fucking... We're not getting the reference that we're trying to make here. I'm not sure why everything got fucked here. I feel like the main camera got moved. What if I restart Unity? This is actually bothering me. Like, what the hell happened? Unity objects disappeared from scene view. So this dude marked his shit as invisible. That's clearly not what happened. Zero, 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 zero. -2 is 0. -10. It's still showing everything. That's fine. I'm trying to get myself to be okay with it, but it's really bothering me. The background isn't the same either. I don't know, dude. I'll figure it out later. The important part is figuring out why we're not getting the reference that I asked for. Because Bullet itself definitely has rigid body 2D. All right, we'll try this way. I don't really like this method. Not sprite renderer, but rigid body 2D. Well, now we're getting a reference. That's good. Still not getting velocity, though. I feel this is appropriate given our current or our previous issue. Ah. That is a vector too, then. Rigid body 2D velocity. So I think the problem is, and I don't know why it's not telling me it's a problem, is that we're using transform.up, which is a inherently vector 3 value. Or forward, yeah, forward. I wonder if that'll work. Yeah. So we're basically just multiplying bullet speed by 0, and that's what's going on. Shooting a bullet in the direction my player is facing. And they're using forward. Wait. Motherfucker. Look at that. I was overthinking it, dude. We just send it forward because, or we send it to the red axis because we're rotating it wherever we point. Fuck. I thought I had to calculate that shit myself, but so like the trans when you transform, when you rotate, it rotates the axis too. So it's like following the axis will just follow you. It'll send you in the direction that is, you know, forward or right or whatever. I was overthinking it. But I did detach the main camera from the character, so that's our problem. Fine then, be that way. Yeet. The thing is, since the center of the arm is pointing at the mouse, the gun, you have to aim actually under. Bruh, I'm so glad to have that figured out. Fuck. That was the thing that was worrying me, and I'm glad it's something that's so simple. But we still have all these bullets, so we have to make them go away. That's a little fast, though, if I'm being honest. All right, now let's read this and see about destroying things. So I think it's just destroy. No, I want to go back to, I want to go to the documentation. Not getting off transform, not getting off rigid body. There we go. The object is destroyed immediately after the current update loop, or T seconds from now if a time is specified. If object is a component, this method removes the component from the game object and destroys it. If object is a game object, it destroys the game object, all its components, and all transforms of the children of the game object. All actual object destruction is always delayed until after the current update loop, but is always done before rendering. When destroying mono behavior, scripts on disable and on destroy are called before the script is removed. Okay. Good to know. Callbacks are useful. So we can do we do still have the bullet controller script, but I did detach it because I was wondering if that was how we could unfuck stuff. Sadly, I was wrong. We're gonna assume that no bullet is gonna need to exist for more than 5 seconds. Increment the counter. If counter is greater than or equal to max counter, this dot destroy. I believe that's correct. Actually, what is unity this? Think that works? Yeah. But we also do private void on trigger enter. Collider 2D, which we ran into an issue. On trigger enter 2D, collider 2D. not this, other. We're gonna use this to... Where'd my wrench attack script go? We need the bullet's position. Transform, not position. Bullet position. Get rid of attack available. We don't use that here. And then destroy. Game object. I think that works. This should knock it back directly away from the bullet. Yeet. It's gone. Yeet. Hell yeah. Get back here. You're going nowhere. One thing I'm missing from wrench attack though. If other dot tag tage equals enemy. We go like that, and then we go like this. We don't need attack available because we're destroying this. The reason we needed attack available in the wrench attack is because the wrench often, well, when you swing the wrench, it stays inside the enemy. We don't want it to hit multiple times per time you put it inside of the enemy. So now that the bullet breaks on the ground there, breaks over there, doesn't cause an exception, we can shoot that. Hell yeah. Now we'll need to see about adjusting the aim point when you equip the weapon. So when we write the weapon switching, for the wrench it's fine because we're not really aiming precisely, but for this it's a little rough. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. Yeet. Hell yeah, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. That feels good. So I'd call the pistol effectively done. You know, we still got like our sound and shit we could do, but like for getting the pistol functional, this is good. But I think I was supposed to take a break like 15 minutes ago, but I was kind of in the zone. So we're gonna go ahead and take a break now. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you haven't already, make sure you dab on that like, yeet that subscribe button, turn notifications on, and come see me in a couple minutes when we get back. Yeet. I hit the button, it didn't go. Yeet. All right, my friends, we've returned. I'm really proud of how we've done tonight, honestly. We've had some struggle bus, some time on the struggle buggy, for sure. However, we're getting there. We're doing it. Next step, for sure, is the flamethrower. How are we gonna do that? I don't think it's gonna be impossible. It's just I gotta wrap my head around it first. I don't like how that looks, in all honesty. I kind of wish it were smoother. Maybe a frame rate issue, but I don't know. Fuck! No! 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 I tried to keep it on. I'm tempted to make a new scene because this view is really bothering me. No. None of that is changing the view, really. I don't know. Fuck it. So I think I'm going to basically do exactly the same thing. With the flamethrower that I did with the gun. We're gonna make the model, make a bullet design, probably just like 2 lines going at an arc. Put like a little placeholder in the front and then have the arc spawn out from that. I'll probably be able to use Sprite Flipper the same way and just give it bullet spawn to make sure we spawn from the same way. All right. I'm a big fan of this drawing. Same basic process. That's far bigger than 10, is it not? Ah, no, I'm just zoomed in way more than I realized. Okay, so what's a flamethrower really look like? Got like we got like big tank here. Those should be even length. Oh, a little more. That's way too much. Still too much. There we go. This isn't gonna be perfect, but what is really? Seems pretty good to me. Making this little tank thing here. Let's fucking go, dude. Yeet. That's probably a little big, but it's fine. We'll scale it down. We got like a little, I guess we got like a little platform for it. Send this over this way. Hello. We got the little nozzle, I guess. And then the little arm for the stuff. Or the fire, I guess. Clear that out because it's gross. Seems good? I think it seems good. we can do a little extra. Whoops. Make some, you know, like straps or whatever. Make sure that's tied on there good and tight. Maybe we should make that red. That might be cooler. Nice deep crimson. Yes. What? Well, if we use different layers, this would be a little prettier, but that's beyond my pay grade. Actually, you know what? We can still do it. That's gonna gross me out, not gonna lie. No cap. That's gonna gross me out if I leave it. Oop. Oh, look at that. I forgot one important detail that we're probably not even going to use properly, but it's fine. Look at that. Ain't that beautiful? Oops. Image, crop the content. Yes, please. How big is this? 250. Nope, wrong one. Canvas size, no. Scale image down to 250. I want it to be pretty much the same size. It's supposed to be a pistol. It's only a little bigger, that's fine. We want it to be usable in one hand, because if I have to put two hands on this fucking gun, then that's gonna cause all sorts of issues, okay? We're not worried about that. Let's have a look at this beauty, shall we? I'm so ready to see it. Deactivate. Actually, one thing I wanted to test before we get going too much further, I wanted to make sure this should be the case considering how things worked with the gun. Oh. The hitbox isn't following this properly. That hit properly. I might need to make a new scene for playing with enemies. Seems like no matter where in particular we aim, it does go properly. But I'm a little concerned. I'm very concerned about the wrench. So we're gonna -5 so we can see over here, and then wall jump L, duplicate, bring that shit over here. Why is this not letting me do anything? Why is that not in the... It's like everywhere but the wrench. Like on this side, it's pretty good. We might need to just use a couple boxes. Ah, but I can't see the fucking outline of anything because this shit's not showing for whatever reason. And it's very much bothering me. So it like starts there, ends about there. But that is getting fucked up on whatever we're doing. We'll have to come back to that. Wait, we can see the bounds. So the start center is -5 and -1.7. Every time we flip it, it changes, like completely. But I guess, oh no, that's like actual coordinates, not lengths. We might have to redo how that collides. I'm thinking of just doing a couple of rectangles. But, I don't know. I'll look into it a little more later. For now, we'll worry about getting the flamethrower up and running. No, I didn't make a gun prefab. We can do that. We can put a little bullet right in there. Look at it, it fits almost perfectly. Like it was planned or something, but I can promise you it was not. Way upon. Flamethrower. Different name, but it's got the same tag. Should be alright. Let's just see if that works right out the box. Well, kinda. I'm clearly missing something. There we go. Hey, look at that. Let me, -0. How about no? There we go. So what's the mechanism for firing this basically? It's pretty much gonna be hold button to continually fire. It is gonna have fuel. It will have limited ammo, whereas the pistol will not. But we're not quite there yet. Funnily enough, the bullet spawn should probably be at the red dot. No one would ever notice, would they? Actually, it's not flipping X or Y. No, wait a minute, wait a minute. It is flipping X. That's not the one we want. It's not flipping Y. Oh, it's showing it now. What the fuck? That's cool. Negative X, negative 180, flip X. Negative X, negative 180, flip X. Okay, so I guess it's fine, whatever it is. Don't matter, no problem. It's fine. So we're gonna make a bullet, or a gout of flame. Very basic. It's 160 tall. Let's go 45 degrees, shall we? There's no way that that fits in the center. Fuck. Fuck it. Going like this. Yeet. That seems like some pretty good fire, if you ask me. Or if you turn your head to the left, it also looks kind of like Mount Fuji, but that's a separate issue. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. .84 wide, that's fine. It doesn't have to be long range. Export as bug. Flame placeholder. This is gonna be fantastic. I know it. Flame. Make that into its own little prefab. We're not actually going to be sending this anywhere, really. We're pretty much just going to give it a hitbox. Did we give it? I don't think we make it a rigid body, do we? Yeah, we'll just make it kinematic. Same way we did the others. What is an area effector? When the source collider 2D is a trigger, the effector will apply forces whenever the target 2D overlaps the source. When the source collider isn't the trigger, the effector will apply forces whenever the target is in contact with the source. Oh wait. Applies forces within an area. Would that be good? This effector will not function until there is at least one enabled 2D collider with use by effector. Ah, okay. Want to try polygon collider. Whoa! That's fancy. Too much. I'm not seeing nothing here. Let's have a read, shall we? Composite collider 2D merges other colliders together when their used by composite is set to true. When a collider is used by a composite collider, the editor will ignore and not show the shared material is trigger and yada yada yada. Same properties on the composite will be used instead. You should set these properties on the composite instead to merge all colliders into the composite one. Interesting. Now the other one we were looking at was polygon. Polygon collider. I think that one may actually be our best bet. Collider for 2D physics representing an arbitrary polygon defined by its vertices. Creates its regular primitive polygon with a specified number of sides. Let's try that. I assumed there would be a button. What if we just try using it like that? The question is, like, are these edges the colliders or what? Is it like this is a collider, this is a collider, or the circled areas are colliders? I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. What I do know is we need another script. Flamethrower. Attack. Flame prefab. And go in here and drag that on to. No. We drag flamethrower attack onto there. Flame on there. And then what? This is gonna be a constant thing. But I don't want to instantiate it every frame, you know? So we got, let's just start with this. Fire one is gonna be, it's gonna be that. Flame prefab. Now I don't necessarily need these things. So we just want to spawn. Actually, I think we need to. I think we need to declare flame out here. Yeah. Public game object flame. Though it may not like what I want to do because I want to put this in an if statement. Because basically we want to spawn it while the mouse is held and destroy it and leave it there and then destroy it when the mouse is let go. Actually, this is exactly right. Never mind. No, this is... Okay, I'm done. Get button down. Because that's only registering the button down. Not fucking... It's not doing this every time, or every single frame while it's held down. That's the whole point of get button down. And then we do... We won't do it here. We'll do it in... What is it? What did we do? Bullet controller? We'll make another script. Fuck it. Flame controller. Not flame spawn. Right in there. If get button up, fire one. Destroy game object. Is that correct? That is correct. Now with the effector in there, we may be fine to just... This may be working already. For one, it's not spawning at the point I want it to. It's more like the old point, which is kind of weird. For two, they're not destroying themselves. We do have flame controller in there. I did not say flame controller. There's our problem. I'm actually still confused as to why that's not in the proper spot. This might not work, but we'll see. And get button up does not exist in the current context. What the fuck is it then? It's input.get button up. How about that? That would be why there was one in the wild. Flamethrower attack, row 26. I mean, that's cool and all, but it's not following. It's still spawning too far back. Oh, it's there in this scene as well. Well, one thing is, nothing broke there, which was kind of surprising. I was expecting this to not work. Which it doesn't work, but... Oh. It just wasn't doing it. Okay, there we go. Because I redeclared it into the scope where we actually assigned it. Let's see if this actually moves it. I was wondering if it would, if nulling it out, or if destroying the object would null out that reference. Yeah, it does. Hell yeah. Now we put a real force on that, and we'll be talking, dude. Not sure that's the sound a flamethrower makes, but maybe more like... That might be the sound effect we go with for the actual game, who knows. We don't have a sound guy. Now to figure out why the fuck it's in the wrong spot, but that is, in fact, a fully functioning flamethrower. Aside from damage, you know, which that's... We can worry about that later. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Now, as we get closer to the end, I'll try and do stuff like particle effects and all that, but who knows how that'll end up. Who knows how far we'll get on that. I'm still very confused about why that's not in the right spot. Flame attack, transform, get child, 0 position, and rotation. Let's just try this and see what happens. Oh! The fucking center, dude. Well, that's that then. So it's basically it's spawning the center on the center of the bullet, which is kind of a problem. And I'm kind of annoyed that turning this invisible here didn't stick. So I guess that's strictly an editor thing. Does hiding it like that, does deactivating it like that. Yeah, it does ruin it. How about that? There we go. Easy, dude. Just remove the texture. Yeet. Now, the wrench. This gives me an idea. Rather than an edge collider, fuck that. Not navigation. Polygon collider. How about that, dude? That seemed to work out pretty well for the flamethrower. Whoop. 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 Nope. So why is this rotating differently? Which I know that's That weirdness is because it's not is trigger. Is trigger. I wonder if it's just not rotating at all. YEET. So if we think of it facing the same way. No. I don't know, it could be. All right, let's go to Google. Unity collider not rotating with rigid body. Okay, well, not collider, not moving with animation. This seems similar. The animation only moves the mesh being displayed. It does not change the transform of the object, which you have applied the box collider to. If it is only simple open animation, I would definitely suggest not using animations to turn the door, but modifying the rotation directly from script. If you still want to use the animation, or need to do animation for something that's a bit harder to use scripting for, such as a whole character, you can attach primitive colliders to bones and they will follow the animation. Not moving with object. Wanted to highlight, in case you didn't know, you should never change the transform on a game object that has physics components on it. Collider without a rigid body 2D is a static collider, and moving it is expensive. When you add a rigid body 2D, you're giving it control over the transform, so changing the transform is stopping over what it's doing. This is what rigid body 2D move position and move rotation is for. Rigid body 2D move position and move rotation. Let's go collider 2D. No, rigid body 2D, excuse me. Set rotation. already have a reference to the rigid body? Nope. One of these days I'll remember get component is just fucking static. Nope. Still fucked. It looks like it may actually be it may just be rotated 45 the other way. Fucking what? Which the rotation is the thing that should have been fixed. But I mean, we'll try doing the Can we just move position? This is from 2013, so these may be old functions. Oh no, there it is. Move position, move rotation. Wait. This is not an instant thing. Rotates the rigid body to the specified angle by calculating the appropriate angular velocity to rotate the rigid body to that angle during the next physics update. During the move, the angular drag won't affect the body. This causes the object to rapidly move from the existing angle to the specified angle. I mean, we can try it, but oh. Still broke. That one looked right. Oh. This is so fucking frustrating, dude. I'm about half an inch away from just fucking duplicating this wrench. And then hiding it. Duplicating it, setting in that position. And even that wouldn't be that easy, would it? Hmm. It looks like the collider just didn't want to follow. Like it moved when the thing moved. Why is X not flipping on the wrench? Am I missing something here? Oh, I know why. Because if you notice, it's like it's colliding at the same. Like if you draw a line straight down from the far left end of the wrench, it's colliding there. And if we lower this, it goes a little further. That means the collider is still there in wrench shape, centered on the center of this. It's just not rotated. I don't think this is right. The flipped X is just the wrench, so the thick side is facing out. For some reason, the force is way higher on this end. Weirdly enough, the rotation isn't changing at all. What happens if I try this with a fucking gun? She gets fucking weird. Why though? Tag his weapon. Ah, the difference. Ah, okay. We might need to make a separate wrench flip script. Yeet. You feeling lucky, punk? I can finally test shooting on this side. It's actually kind of satisfying. Because it yeets the object in the opposite direction of the bullet's location when it collides. So when you hit it at the top, it yeets it down. And when you hit it from the bottom, it yeets it up. Yeet. So yeah, I don't know what exactly we're gonna do about the wrench. It's still really bothering me that this wasn't moving the fucking polygon. Like, should it not just follow? Oh. So flip X does do more than I expected when we're... Okay, so when I was working originally with the wrench, I was using this asset right here. And when I would flip X, it would just turn it around. Fuck. So now that I have this built in at 45, oh, okay. We're gonna have to not flip X at all. Now we don't need a whole separate script. We can just do what we did with the other things. Ugh. Let's make another one. You are no longer weapon, you are now wrench, because wrenches are special. Wrench flip complete. And this.tag does not equal wrench. Flip wrench. So we need to find out what exactly we need to do. Flip this fucking wrench properly. Get this fucking over here. This fucking over here. I didn't initialize that. Hmm. Well, this is awkward. Actually, no. That's good. It's flipped the right direction. It's just also not flipping back when we go this way. Right now it says 0. Now it says 0. Still at 0. What the fuck? I'm very confused as to why that says it's flipped when it's clearly not. Well, part of the problem is we never set the wrench flip flag. That's kind of important. Where the fuck did we get object? Just to see. Really? Bro, this just gets weirder and weirder. Sprite flipper is on the fucking wrench, right? Yeah. It's tagged as wrench, yes. Has no children. Unity, kinematic, rigid body, 2D won't rotate. Doesn't really return anything. I don't know, but I do know I need to take a break. I'm a bit overdue. So appreciate you hanging out. I hope you're enjoying. If you're new here and you like what you see, make sure you dab that like, yeet that subscribe button, turn notifications on, and I'll be right back. All right, my friends. We have one more push. I'm getting pretty tired. Not necessarily sleepy, but I'm just fucking spent, dude. We've been doing this for almost 7 hours now. And I've had longer days of that, but I also, when I did those, I had way more practice. And I was a little more, you know, I had a little more knowledge of what I was working in. So it wasn't such a slog to figure everything out. What's really confusing me is why this is not rotating it at all, and neither is this. One of these should work. We're gonna try this again. I'm pretty sure I already tried it with this, but just double check. Well, now it's actually changing the rotation. What? The fuck? Oh. That was weird. Let's put that back, shall we? Thank you. Am I just dumb? Let's do science. Either way. This is still, the fucking polygon is still in the same spot. Yeah, I think since this is kinematic, it's not doing anything. Unity, rotate, kinematic, rigid body with collider. Collider not moving with object. Moving game objects without collider. What? Rigid body doesn't move with transform. Let's see. This is a trigger collider and kinematic rigid body. Because we can't use forces on a kinematic rigid body because they don't respond to forces. But auto sync transforms. What the fuck is that? That's in project settings. Yes. Please. Nope. You should never parent a rigid body to another rigid body. I see no rigid bodies. Actually, the wrench is the only rigid body that's there. So I've been recently working on a project, and just as I was getting into the scripting side, I came into a problem. Whenever I add a force to the object, it won't move no matter how hard I try. The object refuses to move, have no error messages, and think code is correct. You said it's kinematic. That's why either uncheck is kinematic or use transform.position.move towards, or one of the other methods that moves the transform rather than the rigid body. But remember that the transform ignores physics. Yep. This is a hassle. Collider not moving with the object. So I got back into Unity after 3 years, so I'm pretty much beginning again from scratch. I'm making a game where you throw a spear at a block, and when you hit the block, it should output win in the debug log. However, notice my collider isn't even moving along with my object. In order to make the spear fall realistically, I made it out of 3 different parts with different weights, and it works like a charm. Wanted to add the box collider to the tip of the spear, but then I found out that the on-collision enter does not work on children for some reason. So I put a rigid body and a collider on the parent, but when I apply a force on the handle, the spear flies away nice and easy, but the box collider that I put on the spear stays behind. I've been fiddling with this for hours, and right after posting I found a solution. I added a fixed joint between the parent, the spear, and the handle. That way the parent moves along. What the fuck? That ain't it, Chief. Not tying my fucking thing to itself. He's got multiple components working together there. Rigid bodies on top of a moving object are not moving with the object. When you're working with rigid bodies, always use move position instead of using position directly, unless of course you really need it for some reason. But we did that. That's what we have right here. Except move rotation. What we haven't done is move position. Where is it at? Vector to position. New vector to transform dot x times -1. I think it's the x. No, it's the y. Transform dot position dot x transform dot position dot y times -1. Let's just see what happens here. Oh. My bad, homie, my bad. Wait, what? Wait, is it actually on the wrench? No. It's right there. Right there. Well, it's in a. It has moved. That is the important part. Is it staying in the same spot every time? Yeah. Let's just do both and see what happens. Still in the same spot. Still in the same spot. No matter what we're doing, this wrench fucking transform isn't going. Why the fuck is it flipped? Ah. Well, that's a problem right there. Well, there's part of the problem. Doubtful it's the whole problem, though. Yeet. Hey, look at that. It's proper. It's there proper. Now, if only it would rotate proper. Finally, they overlap. But moving via the rigid body is not moving at all. So let's actually put rigid body tag. And nose. Yeet, excuse me. So we know that's a valid fucking thing. Unity. Move position not working on kinematic. Move position is for rigid bodies that are kinematic. So why the fuck? Wait, this script works on a kinematic body. Really? I'm interested. Takes vector 2. Takes a float. We have both of those proper. Yes, this is intended for use with kinematic rigid bodies, so why the fuck is it not? Hmm. Haha. I can't believe that was the fucking problem. I don't know what the hell is going on with it right now, but I think if we flip, it still won't move it. I think it should just be same X, different Y. So his position isn't actually changed. Well, there we go. Not exactly certain where this is supposed to, how it's getting these numbers, but it's certainly getting them somewhere. It is actually rotating. Well, I want to, before we like cement this as our path forward, I want to make sure this isn't busted now that it's in fixed update. It shouldn't be, but you never really know. You never really can tell. Same with the flamethrower. Yeet. Alright, so yeah, that made 0 difference. So this wrench. So it called this pretty often. Part of the thing might be it was colliding with too many things. How do we, like, tell things not to collide with other things? Unity... collision layers. Edit project settings. Wrench should not collide with anything except enemies. I don't know, we figured out probably the bigger issue, which is how to make it move at all. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and call it a night here and figure out the exact bits tomorrow when I'm a little more fresh. So that's gonna be it for me. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I think this has been my longest stream on YouTube, actually. Vlog champion. But like I said, appreciate you hanging out. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you haven't already, make sure you dab that like, yeet that subscribe, turn notifications on. I'll be back tomorrow. Well, maybe. I might. I don't know. My sleep schedule is going to be all fucked up. This is a rough week because time change. I always have a hard time with it. We'll see what happens, but I will be continuing to work on this whether I stream or not. But once we get this wrench figured out, and honestly, it might just be better to... I'll play with it some more, and if it's not cooperating in a way that I think is good, then we'll probably change it to work like the guns. We'll just have it fire a little attack in front of us, which would be a little saddening, but because I like the idea of bonking things, but it may be what we have to do. So we'll see. That shouldn't be too hard to set up when we do decide, if and when we do decide to do it. But yeah, that's it. Love y'all. I'll be back when I'm back. Be sure to check out my premiere tomorrow, Resident Evil 8 episode. I don't fucking know, but we're doing another episode of Resident Evil 8 tomorrow at the very least. So check that out. Check out my other videos. Love y'all. I'll be back. Yeet.